day. Good day, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? How are you? Oh, what's happening? Okay, good. Good morning, Enoch. How are you doing? How are you doing? It's like a good day to be alive and to come do great things. Hi, Marilila. Welcome. Yeah, another wonderful day to increase the gap between the boys and the men. Yep, I am doing great, like extremely great. And just to get the day started, hi Nelson, welcome. All right, so it's afternoon for Nelson. That's good. Yeah, just to welcome you guys. Yesterday, hmm, I slept around what was it? Around 2 a.m. I slept around 2 a.m. The funny thing is, the- it's okay. Yeah, so it's afternoon for Marilila too. I slept around 2 a.m. because after the stream, what happened after the stream? After the stream, I was so tired. I just went upstairs to get food to eat. Then after eating, I came back to the room. I think that was supposedly around 5 p.m. And I was feeling so tired. I could hardly do anything. So I decided to take a nap. And even before sleeping, I think, yeah, I slept around that time. And I got a call around 6 p.m. I woke up around 6 p.m. again. Then I went back to sleep. I got another call around, was it 8 or 9 there about someone, a colleague of mine wanted me to teach him something. So I woke up to come and teach him. Then when I was done, I was like, okay, I'm going to spend the rest of the time doing my assignments. My assignments, which is I have to continue taking the course that I started the last time. And the assignment is due in I think 2 weeks. Eventually I ended up not even touching that assignment because I was watching an interview that I think Ali Abdal. I don't know if any of you know him. Ali Abdal interviewing Stephen Badley, and I ended up watching Stephen Badley's new channel, the Behind the Diary. All the videos on it, I can't just imagine. It's like I don't know. I feel some level of satisfaction when I am gleaning from that kind of knowledge. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Share my screen and show you. Because I could have just gone back, convinced myself to go back and learn, but then I was so engrossed in what, yeah, let me let me go there. Where's my screen? Share my screen. Mm, yep. So I ended up watching all the videos on this new channel of his just to get an idea of how he's running his businesses, and like those things get me thinking. And I felt that, Obed, your assignment is due in 2 weeks. You need to finish the assignment. Some parts of me was like, no, finish this thing. So this is what I obsessed over. And I watched all of them. I can't imagine. Don't worry. I my light mode has nothing to do with. Anyway, yeah. So I really enjoyed it, and I was awake till like 2 a.m. after watching everything before I went back to sleep and woke up at 6 today. So feeling very motivated this morning, and also inspired a lot. I mean, I think the videos I watched yesterday really inspired me, and when I listened to his interview, MC Ali Abdal, I think that's his name. I didn't finish that interview. Yeah, there's the 9 secret habits that made me a millionaire. So I watched that as well, even though I didn't finish it. I'll probably continue. And I watched another interview of his. I can't imagine. But hey, that's to tell you that today I am super, super motivated for the day. And that is where I get my motivation from. Okay, let me stop sharing my screen. Then let's get back to ourselves now. Okay, cool. What are you saying? Let's see who and who is here. Okay, Enoch Nelson Adedamola. Hello, Adedamola. Welcome once again. Michael. Michael. Hi, Michael. Good day to you too. Michael, is it the first time you're here? The name I think looks familiar, but I can't really remember if you've been joining us or not. Mm. Oh, it's your first time in here. You're welcome. Welcome. That is great. Oseritin, welcome. So, Oseritin, I think yesterday you weren't here, I guess. Let me check. I didn't see you yesterday. Ooh, we have 14 people have filled this form. Interesting. Mm. So, for if you're a first timer, I mean, you're welcome. I think I should develop the habit of introducing the stream every time that we start. Anyway, welcome to all first timers. We really appreciate having you on the stream today. And the essence of this stream is we're trying to build a community of lifelong learners. We gather together to learn. I like the rhyme of that. We gather together to learn. Yeah, and we motivate one another, try to help one another in any way possible to keep ourselves on the journey. And as Marilila would say, our mantra is knowledge separates the boys from the men. So every single day we take an opportunity to increase the gap between the men and the boys by learning and applying the skills that we obtain. And earlier on, I was talking about watching Stephen Bally. One of the things that he mentioned in one of his videos, which caught my attention and I thought true about it, was he talks about the buckets of life that everybody needs, and he says there are 5 buckets. Unfortunately, I don't remember all the 5. I remember 3 of them, so I can give you the 3. The first one is knowledge. So bucket 1 is knowledge. Bucket 2, he talks about skills. Bucket 3, he talks about network. I've forgotten the last 2. I may have to cross check to be able to point it out for you. But then he goes on to say that as a young person, the 2 most important buckets that you should focus on is 1 and 2, which is knowledge and skills. Those are the 2 major buckets that you should focus on. The reason why this is important, according to Stephen Bradley, is that you These are the sort of things that nobody can take away from you. And I totally agree with him. Like any other thing, something can happen, even your network. I mean, we all agree that having great connections is really good and it can take you far. But external forces can always get rid of these things. Like that network that you are so much um enticed with or you're happy about and you are creating, just something can just happen and you no longer have that connection with that person. Okay, or they got angry at you, something happened, they no longer are like they no longer like you or anything. But the two things that cannot be taken away from you, like nothing can actually take away from you, is knowledge and your skills. And this is what will separate you from others. So as a young person, please and please and please, like, focus on those two. Like, these are the two buckets of life that would set you apart. And I think that's essentially what we've been trying to achieve by joining these live streams and focusing and motivating ourselves to keep learning and acquiring all the necessary skills that we need to set ourselves apart. So it was quite an interesting watch for me yesterday. But then for those of you who are joining for the first time, this is some of the things that we do here. And when we come here, we have pretty much discussions on almost anything that you can think about, especially things that has to do with life as young people and also tech in general, and almost everything in tech. Maybe primarily the discussions are centered around software engineering, but then it's equally open to any sort of discussion. On over here, we've talked about podcast recommendations, we talked about book recommendations, like any sort of thing that's interest any one of us. We are happy to talk about it during our discussions. We go for 60 minutes of focus time in each session, then 15 minutes of discussion after the focus session. And yesterday we decided that anyone who is really interested in joining us should sign up with the form so that we have that sense of community. We all gather within a particular group, then we have that sense of community. We can check up on people, especially if you are unable to make it. And all, like I was saying yesterday, we didn't see us writing here, and there are a couple of other names that I could mention that we didn't see yesterday, even though they've been consistent over time. So if something happens and we are not seeing such people, we should be able to follow up on them, because life happens. Anything at all can happen. But then be there for one another and be able to assist in any way that we can. So yeah, I'm going to share the link shortly so that everyone gets to see it. Anyway, for those of you who are interested, you sign up through that link. Let's say, okay, so just trying to read the messages. See the pain of watching the whole content from a YouTube channel, you know, right? I didn't know that he had started a new channel, and when I was watching the interview with Ali Abdal, that's when he mentioned that his vlogs. I'm like, oh, Stephen Bally has a vlog. Like, I really want to see his vlog because I want to see how he's managing his businesses. I like the guy for the kind of thought-provoking questions he asks, and somebody that thinks to that extent. I really want to be interested. Like, I'm really interested in how they operate on their own as well. And I'm happy I took time to watch and subscribe. In fact, right after watching the first episode of that vlog, I subscribed to the channel. I was convinced that I needed more. Yeah. And that's how I ended up watching the whole time. All the videos. Uh okay, Michael says my first time here. Yeah, all right. Osayton says yes, I was very busy or they couldn't steady. You missed a lot because we had wonderful discussions. Anyway, you're welcome. And we keep the conversation going all day. So hi Mark. Yeah, Mark. Okay. So now we have two Marks, Mark Camo and Mark Chalo. So I remember Mark Chalo from the previous sessions. So Mark Camo, is that Kamau? However you pronounce it. Sorry for butchering your name if I have. uh, I'm learning and I am improving. So if it is your first time here, please tell us where you are joining us from. Let us also connect with you. Maybe you never know. There are some of us who are in the same area as you. We can connect in person or even online here. I think yesterday, who said yesterday there was a lady who joined from Senegal, right? I remember. Yeah. So we connect from people all across the globe. That's quite interesting. So Makamo, yeah, okay, great. Let's know where you are joining us from. Hi, Steven. Steven, I think I didn't see you yesterday, did I? No, I didn't. Uh, okay. Chizoba Samuel Abovieki. Oh, so he's asking what is this about? Samuel, I don't know. Chizoba, right? I don't know if you heard the explanation I gave, but then it's a study with me stream where we all gather together to study. I like the gather together. Yeah, we gather together to study, to motivate ourselves, to discuss things. So you are happy to join us anytime, any day. We are here. Hey, did I say any day? Specific days that we are. Uh, Marilla says, could you expand a bit on the thin line between knowledge and skills? Okay, I think that would be a good discussion. I'll talk about it soon. Let me wrap my head around it, but I want to respond to the other questions. Then we'll get back to knowledge and skills. Please, how can I access the form? Okay, yeah. So I need to share the link to the form. Those of you who are interested in joining the community and joining us every single day on our stream to be part of the discussion, you can sign up at ehoniaobed.com/SWM, which stands for Steady With Me. So, yeah, maybe let me pin that now. You can see that. Great. ehoniaobed.com/SWM. Study with me. And you sign up there. You can join the community group as well, which is on WhatsApp as at yesterday, right? You can join that and we'll continue the conversation. All right. I like that Nelson gave Chizoba an answer. This place is all about learning. We study together for 60 minutes with breaks in between where you can ask questions either from what you have studied or general stuff. I like that. Thank you, Nelson. And yeah, Max says, I'm also new here learning in ALS. Okay, cool. Mark, which cohort are you in? From Kenya. Oh, that's great. Mark is from Kenya. Uh, I think yesterday, who else was from Kenya? Ooh, forgotten. Did I see Nancy's post? Or Nancy hasn't come on the stream today. Okay. Mm. Yeah, and Sunny Mohahink. The name. Sorry for butchering your names from Lesotho. That's interesting. Lesotho. I think I need to start learning. I need to start learning my African map again. I remember back in primary school or junior high school when I was doing environmental studies and social studies. We used to do those things. Unfortunately, I didn't do geography at any other level, so I don't know much about the African map, even though I remember we used to draw it like that. I need to start learning Lesotho. That's pretty cool. Like, hi, I'm struggling to mention your name. That is, I don't know if it is right. Insani, because I'm wondering if you pronounce the T, but it depends on how you guys pronounce it. Maybe you people should be, you should start transcribing your names for me. Like, is that the, do they call it phonetics? What's that? Oh, let me confirm. How do you phonetics? What is phonetics? What is it supposed to be? When you say phonetics, what is that? Is it uh am I right or wrong? Meaning of phonetics, the branch of linguistics that deals with the sounds of speech and their production. Yeah. So maybe you people should be giving me the phonetics for the name so that it will be easier for me. Anyway, yeah. So welcome Insani Mohahink. I'm glad to connect with someone finally from Lesotho. That's interesting. Mark is from Kenya. Okay. Yeah, someone from Lesotho. Very interesting too. Mark Chalo. Ah, okay. You mentioned you were starting printer today, so you started. All the best in printer. Zara. Zara, welcome. I think was it yesterday that I saw your name or last 2 days? Weasel says, please, I have been flagged once. Please doesn't mean I am flagged in a second time. I'll be out. I have actually deferred to restart to your explanation will help. Yeah, in ALSAC, that's the principle. If you are flagged for cheating more than one, you are automatically removed from the program and you won't be able to reapply to any ALS program for I think 5 years or so. So please don't be flagged again. I mean, you should take it as a good warning, and yeah, like it's better to take your time, understand the thing, and make sure that you are the one doing it right, than just copying someone's work and submitting. Because at the end of the day, if you copy someone's work and submit, it doesn't mean you know it, right? So let's look at it. Okay, Mark Charlotte is from Kenya. Oh, so now we have two Marks from Kenya. Mark 1 and Mark 2. Mark 1 and Mark 2, you are all in cohort 18. Interesting. You're all in cohort 18, well, from Kenya with the same first name. Okay, that's cool. All right, let's go back to the discussion before we start our first session. What's the difference between knowledge and skills? Knowledge and skills. Soft skills, hard skills, knowledge. Hmm. The interesting thing is, I've never really sat down to think about it. So I like the question because now I get to think about it. Is there a difference, knowledge and skills? Obviously, like at surface level, you see that there is a difference, but we need to think deeply about it because ideally, you say, oh, skills is like your ability to do something, knowledge is just you knowing. Okay, like, oh, I have an idea about something. The fact that I know something doesn't mean I can do it. So let's say, oh, do you know how to ride a bicycle? Like I have the skills of riding a bicycle. I can ride it myself. That is the skills. But I know that when you want to ride a bicycle, you have to sit on it, paddle it, and control the steer. Something like that would be knowledge, but not skills. So for some of us, we have knowledge of swimming in the sense, please, like, don't quote me on this. Like, I'm just thinking a lot right now. Okay, because we probably have been using them interchangeably all the time. But hey, let me. So anyway, let me try and hit on the what I'm thinking about right now. Then we pull up Google and maybe check YouTube and chat GPT and see what they think. But when I think about knowledge, it's just having information about something and understanding that information. Okay, so I have the information, I understand it. That translates to knowledge for me. I think that's how I see it. I have the information. If you talk about knowledge of swimming, I know that to swim, people move their hands in the water like that to swim, then maybe their legs, that kind of thing. Like, I know about it, but I don't know how to do it. So I don't have the skills to do it. I think for me, that's how I'm thinking about it. Um, it's really a cool discussion to have. Oh, you just Googled it. It's an intellectual understanding of information, knowing the right answers. Yeah, and I think okay. So let me talk more about knowledge and how my understanding of knowledge has evolved over time. Back in my first year in the university, I was made to understand that knowledge is remembrance. So please let's pay attention to this. Like, in first year in the university, that is what I remember. One of my, how do we used to call them, lab, okay, teaching assistants, yeah, teaching assistants in the lab, or was he a demonstrator? So in pharmacy school in Ghana or KNUST, we had like slight difference between a teaching assistant and a demonstrator. So I think this guy who said it was a demonstrator, and a demonstrator to us is like someone who is doing his or her postgraduate, and as part of it is teaching us. So more of a graduate assistant teaching us. Mostly the teaching assistants for us were people who had just graduated from uni, like undergrad. They are just graduated from undergrad and they are doing their national service. We call those ones teaching assistants. But those who are doing their postgrads, they teach us in the lab, and we used to call them the demonstrators. So this demonstrator came to tell us that knowledge is remembrance, and that's how our quizzes in pharmacy were run. If you can't remember, you don't know. Okay, so as a first year pharmacy student, I bought into that idea. Knowledge is remembrance. If you can't remember, you don't know, and I stuck with that throughout. But over time, I've come to realize that that is wrong. Like, that is not a total capture of what knowledge is. Knowledge goes beyond remembrance. So the fact that I can't remember something doesn't mean that I don't know the thing. So for now, I have reformed that idea of knowledge. For me, I say it is in two particular parts. One, if I remember the thing and I understand it, then I know it. Okay? Because if I remember it and I don't understand it, it's another thing. You When they said knowledge is remembrance and we bought into it, essentially what they were saying is that once you've memorized something, then you know it. But if you've memorized something and I ask you to explain it to me and you can't explain it, then will you call that knowledge? So I disagree with knowledge is remembrance. Now we say one part of knowledge is understanding and remembrance. That is just one part. The other part of knowledge is if I don't understand, but I know exactly where to find it and I can find it faster than anybody else, then it is part of my knowledge. So let me give a perfect example to explain the second point. The second point here is, as a pharmacist, I mean, I've not been practicing for a while now, right? But then there are things that I know because I've gone through the path and I am a registered pharmacist. There are things that I know when it comes to health. There are things I know that even if I don't remember, like ask me about a particular medication and I don't remember the specific dosage and like all those details about the medication, side effects, anything about it that I don't remember. The difference here is, if let's say Marilila, who hasn't become a pharmacist before, if you ask the same question about that medication to Marilila and you ask me, I can get that information because I know exactly where to get the information. I am a pharmacist. I know which reference materials we use, which ones are the recommended ones. And also, when I open any of these reference materials, I'm able to understand and explain to you all the information that I get from that resource. But Marilila, who is not a pharmacist, in the first place wouldn't know where to get the information. And even when the information is given to him, may not have a good understanding of it. So why are we not considering this as knowledge as well? Because this shows clearly that somebody knows, the other person doesn't know. The one who was able to find the information as quickly as possible and also be able to explain that information knows it. If they didn't know it, they couldn't have found it. And even if they found it by accident, they couldn't have explained it. So this is what I now put knowledge to be. Knowledge is me. So two things. You could use ChatGPT for a non-pharmacist, but then it will take you so much time to be able to understand what it is saying, you know. And maybe that's knowledge, the information ChatGPT is giving you. There are other things that would have made that understanding way better that I, the pharmacist, already have, but you do not have. So that is the whole point. Anyway, now let me just summarize what I've said. And the more I speak about these things, it becomes clearer to me. So I've said that knowledge, let me bring it to our context as tech enthusiasts, as software engineers, whatever tech role that you are looking for. As tech guys, or let me use software engineers in our discussion. Knowledge in this case, some of you complain that, oh, when I learn, I forget the thing. And I don't know if I've learned anything. So now, what is knowledge in this case? I'm saying that one, your ability to remember the thing and understand is knowledge. But it's just one part of knowledge. It is not completely what knowledge is. So if you remember any of the things that you have already learned and you fully understand it, perfect. That is excellent. It's one aspect of knowledge. However, if there are things that you have learned that you understood, but then you didn't remember, it's still part of the knowledge. If you know where to find it at any point in time and you can find it faster than someone else who doesn't have the knowledge of it, someone else who is not a software engineer, and also when you find the information, you will be able to explain it to other people based on the knowledge that you already have, then you are good. So that is what I'm saying. Knowledge is split into two arms. One, you remember the thing and you understand it. Or two, you don't remember the thing, but you know where to find it and you can find it as quickly as possible and you also understand it. That is also knowledge. So please let us not always beat ourselves that knowledge is remembrance. Oh, I can't remember any of the things that I've learned. It means that I don't know it. But anyway, this is not something I've read from anywhere. This is something that I personally have thought about and I've agreed that this is my understanding of knowledge. And for me, that's the measure that I use to tell whether I know something or not. And hopefully it applies to you all. Let me go back to the chat and see what conversation is going on. Marilla says, okay, so you Googled it and the theoretical part, yeah, I agree. Skills are practical, exactly. They are the actions people take to put their knowledge into practice. I totally agree with that. So yeah, if you have the knowledge but then you can't put it into practice, it sucks. I mean, in a practical world, like the field that we find ourselves in, your knowledge should be converted into skills, right? That's why I'm an advocate of, when you're learning, don't just watch the video, don't just read the articles, write the code yourself, see for yourself everything that they are saying in the video, do it. That's okay, acquiring the skills from the knowledge that you have acquired. That's really great. I like that. I guess our mantra is now knowledge and skills is what separates boys from men. I like we'll go with that. Yeah. So knowledge and skills is what separates boys from men. Anyway, skills is a graduate of knowledge. Interesting. The distinction will mostly be semantics. You can't have one and you are void of the other. No. I think, Steven, with that, somebody can have knowledge without the skills. So that I can argue that anyway, but that's my own thoughts. Because as I said, like I know what it takes to, I know what swimming looks like. I know when we say somebody is swimming, I have knowledge of it. Okay. But if you ask me to do it, in fact, there are people who have never played football before, but they are coaches. They are coaches. Why? Because they have the knowledge of coaching, they have the knowledge of playing football and all, but they don't have the skills like as the players themselves do. Or am I thinking wrongly? Because that's how I see it. You could have an idea, you could have an understanding of something, but you don't know exactly how to do it. And they keep saying that those who do not know how to do teach. I don't know if you have ever heard that saying, but they presume that teachers are mostly people who do not know how to do the things. So they resort to just teaching others because they know about it, so they teach others to help others do it. But that aside, I think there's definitely a slight difference between the two, and someone can have one and not the other. To have skills, I think you would need to have the knowledge of the thing before you have the skills, because it is the application of the knowledge. Hey, now this conversation is becoming interesting. Before we start talking about what is wisdom, what is understanding, I mean, I like this sort of intellectual discussions. Let's keep these sort of discussions going, and we'll discover something for ourselves. Anyway, let me keep reading what's here. Oh, okay. So there are levels to knowledge. Interesting. I like this. One can know someone by name alone. Then there is a knowing by meeting, and there is a knowing by relationship, and so on. Having a skill is actually level of knowledge. Oh, I see. Knowing how to do is the skill. So it's another level of knowledge. I think I agree with how you have put it. So there are levels of knowledge. Maybe your knowledge is not enough to the doing part. It's just the ideation part, the theory part. But you don't know enough to do the practicals. Anyway, I think I sort of agree with the way Mario has put it. Okay. Uh Imagine someone who has never written code using ChatGPT to write code. Yeah, let me give you a perfect example of that. So I think our second week of class, when we went to class, we're doing ICT for health informaticians, and during the group activity, we're asked to imagine, like, my class is made up of, I can say, more than 90% of clinicians or people from health backgrounds. We have people who are like surgeons, 20 years experience, physicians, nurses, like all of those sort of people who have never written a line of code in their life. In fact, they have no idea what code is, that kind of thing. And we walk into that particular class, and they asked us to, the group activity was for us to spin up a server, spin up a web server, create a web page with PHP, create a database, and this web page should display the information from the database. And we're supposed to do all of this in 30 minutes as a group activity. And some people, feeling very smart, went to ChatGPT to give them the answers. ChatGPT wrote code for one of them, but then he had no idea what to do with the code. He has no knowledge of what a test editor is. How do I even run this code that I have? Which server should I use? Like, how do I spin up the server? All those kind of things. So even though ChatGPT was there to give the answer, this person is not knowledgeable in this case. Like, he doesn't know. So doesn't have the knowledge that we are talking about to be able to utilize that information that ChatGPT has given him to do something. He had to call the lecturer to explain how he will approach it and all. So that's a practical example that I can give. Mario says skill is a form of knowledge by practice. I like that. Yeah, there are levels to skills too. Interesting. Reason we have employers looking for years of experience. Yeah, years of experience. I have my own sort of resentment when it comes to years of experience. If you say level of experience, yeah, I mean, we can. I don't know how easy it is to measure that, but then when we start counting the numbers in terms of years, sometimes I have some bit of arguments there, because there are some people who have been doing the same thing, like the exact thing, for 5 years, and they haven't explored any new thing. They haven't advanced in that skill. They can just do this thing. So let's say, what would be a perfect example? Let me just use an abstract, say drawing. This person draws, but then in the company in which he is the same thing that he has been drawing for different clients over and over and over. Or as a software engineer, assuming that it's the same product that you have been building for different companies over and over and over. So it's the same code. Or as a lecturer, I think that's a perfect example. This person has been teaching the same topic over and over and over. I think eventually you still get some level of experience, let's say in the teaching, how to teach better and all. But there are some people who don't think about like evolving. It's just the same thing. They deliver the same result for several years. We can't just say because this person did 6 years, they are way better than somebody who has done 3 years. I don't know if you get a point. There is high likelihood that the person who has done it more years may have better experiences, may have like better exposure and all of those things. There is a high likelihood of that. But then there are people who have done the same thing over and over and over, but then they've not evolved. They are the same person. I don't know if you agree with me, but I know what I'm talking about. So that's also one thing. And for me, it's always about evolving, becoming better than I was yesterday. So I keep saying that if I work for any company where I feel that I am stagnant, at that point I'm quitting. Like, the moment I feel that I'm stagnant and I'm not improving, hey, that means that I've reached the peak here. And if there is no way for me to improve, then I'm not going to be there. Because I'm always looking at, okay, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? I mean, I need to become better than I am right now every day. And once again, knowledge and skills separate the boys from the men. Okay. So, hi, Jordan. Welcome, Jordan. Yeah, it's very interesting topic to discuss. Maybe we'll look at it later, because now we start talking about knowledge, skills. We've not talked about wisdom. We've not talked about understanding. When they say you need to understand, like I keep saying, guys, you need to make sure you understand the concept. It's the concept that is important. But the question is, what is understanding? So maybe some other time we think through that as well. I like the way my Friday is going. Max says, I always document programming concepts in my README on GitHub to access information quick in case I forget. That is excellent. I mean, so forgetting is part of the learning process. I think if you have seen anything about, there is something they call the forgetting curve, or I've forgotten the exact name, and I think it's called that. the forgetting curve. It is natural for every human to forget something. If you don't want to forget it, there are things that you need to do in order not to forget it. But as I've already explained, to me, knowledge is in two folds. It's either I remember it and understand it, or I don't remember it, but I know where to access it easily and faster. And as soon as I get it, I'll be able to explain it to people. So that is also knowledge to me. All right. Hi, Ritimi. I mentioned your name earlier. That I think I didn't see you yesterday, I guess. So those of you who are just joining us, Erasmus, I've also seen you down there. Yeah, you're welcome. So yesterday we agreed that we are going to create a form for everyone who is interested in being a member of the community, especially so that we can always keep in touch with one another. We'll fill the form out and submit, join the community, and we created a WhatsApp group that you can all join if you're interested in. I've pinned the message, the link to use in the chat, so you could probably join it if you are yet to. And the link is ewaniaube.com/swm. All right. So let's go on. Yeah, Steven says perfect talks. I like these sort of discussions. They are the sort of discussions that open your brain. So this is not something you go and memorize somewhere and say you have knowledge. These are things that you think about based on your own experiences and also what you've seen people experience, and you share it with intellectuals. I there is something. So those of you from South Africa and Marlila, the last time I mentioned Vusi Tembekwayo. So there's a terminology that I learned from Vusi Tembekwayo. It's called, he said it's called intellectual masturbation. Intellectual masturbation. And I think it's something I enjoy a lot. So those of you who do not know about intellectual masturbation, maybe you want to read about it. And essentially what it is when you see people talking about all these big things, and like nobody around them understand it, but they are so happy they are talking about it. Like, assuming we are software engineers or software engineers in the making, we can have discussion and we are excited about maybe talking about a particular technology, but the people outside there who do not know anything about software engineering have no knowledge of it, and they are wondering like, why are these people excited? Like, they are talking about crap, but then they're excited about it anyway. So that is intellectual masturbation. And I think everything that makes you excited, like you want to do more of it. And personally, I enjoy having intellectual discussions or intellectual intercourse. How do you say? Yeah, but things that will stimulate my brain to start thinking in a direction or a dimension that I have not thought about before. I like those kind of conversations, and I can sit in a conversation like that for hours, because then I know that my neurons are really growing. I'm developing new neurons. I'm creating greater connections and all of those things. So yeah, pretty cool to have such discussions here. Mm. You heard us saying those who don't know teach. Oh, I see. I've heard it since pharmacy school, because a lot of our lecturers that we met are people who are not practicing pharmacy. Like, even though they probably have practiced, there are some who have never practiced before, but there are some who have practiced before and they are no longer practicing. And people used to tease that is they became lecturers because they couldn't how is it called, they couldn't practice, like they didn't know how to do the thing, so they decided to come and teach it anyway. Yes, just by the way, Erasmus says Django no go kill man, since yesterday I've not slept. Please get some sleep, it's necessary. You need to get some sleep before you continue. Myra said, I feel the fact ChatGPT did it does not necessarily mean the person knows exactly the concept or have the skills for it. I agree. It just means you have found a tool to do something you don't have a knowledge or skill for. I get your point and I agree. It was just making a point for the assumed reason employers look for years of experience. Yeah, it's People usually do not think about these things. Like, they take it as it is. They've said this, so we go with the status quo. And we go with the status quo. Then some of us, I mean, the people that really, for me, I think growing up, one book that I read that got me to start thinking, I stole that book from my dad. It was called Makers of Civilization. It was a very old book. So my dad used to have a lot of books. He was actually a teacher. So I mean, he was a teacher before giving birth to me. And he stopped teaching. So maybe that is where I get my teaching genes from. And the funny thing is, he stopped teaching to start his own what is it called, chemical store, which is like what other people call a drugstore. And I understudied him. That is why I got to do pharmacy. So those of you who don't know my origin story, maybe some other time I'll spend time and tell you about all of this. But the point is, my dad had a lot of books, and I was curious about knowledge right from childhood. I love learning. I hate reading boring books. I hated subjects like social studies, subjects like history. I hated them because there was no logic behind it. Like, I need things that would stimulate my thoughts, like things that I would have to think about and be able to say that, yeah, I understand this thing because I can explain it. If there is no explanation to the thing, I don't want to learn it, you know. But one of the books that really caught my attention was Makers of Civilization. When I read about individuals and their contribution to civilization, the kind of things they did. So read about people like Sir Isaac Newton, people like Albert Einstein, like all of those things. And for me, I think one of the good things for every one of these people are that they thought about things, right? They didn't just go with the flow because this happened. So let's go with it. And I always tease with this example. I'm going to stop here because we need to start we need to start something. We need to start something. So I'm going to stop on this point. I tease we Africans with this thing. And hey, I mean, this is on a lighter note. Don't quote me out of context anywhere. I say it for fun. And I say that if Isaac Newton was an African, if Isaac Newton was an African, maybe I shouldn't say it, but then, hey, we are family, right? We are family. You people will not go and say that out of context. I mean, I'm saying it because I just say it for fun, okay? So that's a disclaimer. I don't really mean it, but that's a disclaimer I have to give. So if Isaac Newton was African, like the kind of Africans I know, where they take everything as it is, when the apple had fallen, I'm glad Erasmus has written apple somewhere. Hey, that's not far from okay. So I'm glad Erasmus has used the word apple and tree anyway. So when the apple fell from the tree, instead of him to start questioning that why did this thing fall, and eventually discovering what they call gravity, for us all to now buy into it and say, oh, gravity exists. If he was African, the first thing he would have done is, oh, thank the gods. The gods saw that I was hungry and they sent forth the fruit. There is no reason behind why the fruit came. The fruit came because the gods saw I was hungry and they gave me the fruit and I ate it. That is the only thing that we would think about. But anyway, that's on the lighter side. I mean, but the difference here is that why would this man, a tree, like a fruit has fallen down, you've seen it. Why at all are you starting to think like what happened? For you to even start investigating and even doing calculations to now appreciate that there's probably a force somewhere that is causing that, and that force is now called gravity, and everybody else has to learn about it because it applies to everything. Like, hey man, you know. So a lot of us things happen. A lot of things happen around us that could be like major discoveries, but we never take the time to think about them because we presume or we assume things are normal. This is normal. I mean, the fruits falling. Yes, the gods have fed you. Why else will you even want to wonder about it? So the moment we start having this kind of discussion, it is really good. One, even for your mental health. Two, for your physical health as such. Like I mentioned somewhere when I was talking that neurons starts growing, like you generate new neurons when you start thinking about things that you've never thought about. There are neuron connections, and this makes your brain active. And maybe later in life you learn that stroke is as a result of dead neurons when some cells in the brain begins to die. And if you don't want such things to happen, it's easy to get stroke in the old age because some of these people are no longer actively engaging the brain as they used to do and all. And there are science behind all of these things. Okay, so it is good to have intellectual discussions like this. And I saw intellectual masturbation. Yeah, so we've talked about intellectual masturbation and all of that. Anyway, let's move on. Let me finish up quickly. Mm, okay, Mark has joined the WhatsApp group. The 15 minutes break should be called intellectual intercourses. Hey. Oh my. Erasmus says, oh, your dad was a teacher. No wonder they have put that stuff for. Yeah, my dad was a teacher. I didn't see him teach anyway. So all I remember, because he stopped teaching before, probably the year that I was giving birth to, I guess, or yeah, around that time, I think that's when he stopped teaching. So, but then everybody used to call even till now, like he's not alive, but people still refer to him as teacher. Some people do not even know his name. They call him teacher. Like I can't imagine. Because in the vicinity where we stayed, everybody called him teacher. That's all. Like it's not like teacher this. They call him teacher. So when they are looking for your father, they will come and say, is teacher around? then you know that they are looking for your dad. Yeah. So that's what I know. But at least when I was very young too, my father was that type of person who doesn't want to find you playing around. You have to be learning. So it got to a point in my life, even right now, if my mom calls me and I'm on the phone, on the computer, even if I'm playing game on the computer, everybody in the family thinks that, oh, leave Obed alone, he's learning. Even when I am playing, like, because it became normal, like Obed is synonymous with learning. So anytime you see him, he's just learning. And not learning as in reading books, but then I'm I keep saying that I'm a student of life. Like I learn everything. I start asking questions about anything because I'm interested in learning. Anyway, so yeah, I think this morning we have had a great conversation, and I'm happy we were able to have this conversation. And the assignment for us all is to start thinking about what the differences are between knowledge, skills, experience, understanding, and wisdom. It's very important. Let's start thinking in those, I mean, dimensions. And for yourself, I feel that sometimes I say that you should redefine a lot of things for yourself. Okay, don't just consume it because people said this is it. Like I would have just trusted what they said about knowledge. Knowledge is remembrance. If you don't remember, you don't know. That's what I was told in first year, and I bought into it, and therefore I forced myself to memorize things, even though I find it difficult to memorize things. But later in life, I redefined knowledge for myself, and I've already explained it to you. And now that I see knowledge in that aspect, I don't beat myself if I can't remember something and I know that I know it. Because if you point it out right now to me, like I'll be able to explain it to you. Say yesterday I was trying to recall SRS. Those of you who were on the stream yesterday, and I couldn't remember. I even said SRA, but somebody mentioned SRS, gave us a full name, and I told you what I know about it because I know. Okay, so I have knowledge of it, even though I couldn't remember that thing. So let's try and redefine these words for ourselves, have this sort of discussion with one another, get knowledge from other people's perspective, and yeah, together we all shall be great. I like that my slogan too. Together we all shall be great. But then today Marilila has words revised the mantra. Say knowledge and skills separates the men from the boys or the boys from the men. Anyhow you put it. So we need to increase the gap between the boys and the men by learning and applying the knowledge, that is the skills that we get. So please hold on, let's go for our first 60 minutes focus session. We've talked for 1 hour. I can't imagine. 1 hour already. Anyway, yeah, so 60 minutes. Let's get started with our session. Bring up the timer. Bring up the timer, then set it for 60 minutes. Let's go for 60 minutes and we'll have our next intellectual intercourse. Hey. that's the name that Maulila proposed. I'm not the one who said it. Maulila is the one proposing. We'll have our next intellectual intercourse in, in 60 minutes time. So all the best everyone. And please go ahead and drop what you are learning. I think that is always important to me, so that if there is any pointers I can give you, if there is anything we can discuss to help you, we are happy to discuss it. So what are you learning today? What are you focusing on today? And all the best in, wow, computational thinking. Interesting. Okay, when we come back, I would engage you in what computational thinking is. You are thinking like a computer. Anyway, so all the best, everyone, and we will continue our discussion after 60 minutes. Hello. Yeah. Hello. 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 Sorry. Uh, please, please give me a couple of seconds. Let me engage some students here. I'm coming. Tracy, you are welcome. We've been looking for you since. Uh, please, I'm coming back soon. Please. Hi. Who? Hi. Oh, that was quite unfortunate. I had to attend to an impromptu session. I'm guessing you are all busy learning right now. Can any of you hear me? Mm. Can any of you hear me? Hello. Okay, great. Hi, Nelson. Yeah, sorry, guys. I mean, we should have had our discussion during the break, but unfortunately, by the time I was coming for the discussion, we were having a session for some of the learners, the intro to SC program, but the person leading the session had problems with connection, so I had to take over from there. That is why I couldn't consider. I thought it was going to be a temporary thing, like fixed within some couple of minutes. So that's why I said I was coming back soon. But we just finished and I've ended the session. So sorry, guys. Oh, okay. You got more time to work. That's good to hear. Tracy. Tracy, you're welcome. We've been looking for you for how many years? Uh, welcome. Let me Yeah. Tracy, are you here? Are you around? Uh, Let me know. Somebody wrote machine learning somewhere. I don't know exactly what they are referring to. Um, Machine learning was asking a question on machine learning as a question mark. Madi, are you around? Omar Farouk Madi. If you're around, you can maybe give me is like I don't know what to say. I just see machine learning with a question mark. What exactly are you referring to? Uh, okay, yeah, Tracy, we are doing well. NK Zone say I'm back here today. You're welcome back, NK Zone. And say, Doc, please go through the printf project with us. I think I talked extensively about the printf project yesterday. Uh, Nelson says I have a function to attend. Oh, okay, thanks for the session. I was able to achieve something. All right, happy to hear that. And enjoy whichever function you are attending. I think it's a Friday, so I'm just guessing it will be fun. Enjoy, Tracy. Uh, we've been looking for you since. The funny thing is that the day the first day Tracy didn't show up, that day too, Mawilila didn't show up. And I was wondering, the two of you, do you intentionally plan to do you intentionally plan not to show up when somebody is at the bottom of Africa and one is at the far right of Africa? How are you doing the communication signals? Yes. Anyway, so Tracy, maybe you are not aware, but yesterday we decided that for the sake of being able to get in touch and ensuring that everyone is doing well, because if you are not up, I don't know what the problem is, but to be able to stay connected and be able to motivate everyone to keep up with the learning, we created a form here for everyone to be able to sign up and join, and also join the community as well. So we created a WhatsApp group for that. So let me drop the link and you can sign up there, because I was looking for, I think I even went to Discord. I was trying to find your username on Discord to check up on you, but then I couldn't find it. I wasn't sure what it was, so I said, "What are you complaining about? What has printf done? You just started." And yesterday I told you guys to take your time and understand the printf itself. Okay, I grab the understanding of it before anything else. So those of you who are interested in joining and you haven't joined yet, you can always click on that link to join. Printf. You people should go and watch that thing that I did with ALS SCA regarding uh how to use what is it called, ChatGPT to learn. Hmm. Let me share my screen at least and show you something. Yeah, that's the most important thing. Uh, I'm coming. I'll show you something soon. Um, Share my screen and okay, cool. Yeah, so you can see my screen now. This is when what I thought when I led the session talking about how to use ChatGPT to learn any technical thing, and I use the printf. And these are some of the things that you need to understand. Like it talks about introduction to the printf project. So I asked it to give us an outline for you to learn and understand printf, right? So the first thing you need to understand is argument handling. And you know that for you to appreciate argument handling in printf, you have to learn variadic functions. So make sure you fully understand variadic functions to be able to move on with it. So here it says how the printf handles variable number of arguments. So it talks about variadic functions in C. And parsing, that's also very important. Passing the format string to find placeholders. Then the next thing after you've gone through this is to now look at processing the format specifiers. What are the format specifiers? All of these things, and what exactly do they mean? You have to be able to do that as well. And you should be able to handle the flags filled with precision, length modifiers, and all. So you can equally use this to learn fully about the print f itself. Then you can go ahead to build your own printf. You understand? Hmm? Do you understand? I mean, so for the sake of the community members, what I'll do is I'll drop the link to this chat in the WhatsApp group so that those of you who come here can get the benefits thereof. Please don't focus on copying somebody's code. And even when you read the instructions I gave to ChatGPT, the focus was to help you learn and understand the thing. Okay, and you can leverage that type of prompt that I use here to learn for any other projects if you want. So I'm going to drop it. mm, I'm going to drop it in WhatsApp for those of you in there. What's up? What's up? Where are we? Okay. I hope every one of you is in there by now. Um. Okay, so I'm just typing a message in the chat right now before I drop the link. How to learn the printer project. How to learn the printer project. Yeah. So I've dropped the link in the chat. I hope you find it helpful. Hmm. Manila says, well, what do you say? We both agree we should be part of the stream, so you intentionally do not join. Okay. We'll catch you too. um, all right. Just taking my time. Okay. It's ChatGPT I used to draw an outline I'm currently using. Tracy says this is such a lovely community. I love it here. Let me join. All right. Yeah, glad you love it. Oh, so you think you haven't joined? I thought earlier I shared the link with you. Have you been able to join? Eloho Awusi. I'm not in a WhatsApp group. So there is please sign up using the link above. Once you sign up, like there's a link in let me drop it once again. Go there and sign up. You'll find the link to the WhatsApp group. I don't want people to just jump into the WhatsApp group without filling the form, because we have plans on the other details that we collect from the form. So please try and use the form to join the community. When you get there, you'll find a link to the WhatsApp group, but please do join. Fill the form, your email, and I think Twitter handle, then WhatsApp contact. Yeah. I want to be able to also save your contacts as well, so that anytime any of you is chatting with me, I know where it is coming from. Okay. Uh, Eloho Awusi. I think this is probably the first time I'm seeing you in the chat anyway. Uh, so you think you filled when you were filling it, you should have seen the link to it. Okay, so the other okay, yeah, yeah. When you were filling it, you should have seen the link to the WhatsApp group. Okay, you just joined. All right, that's fine. Uh, it doesn't have the link, Tracy. We only filled a form. No, so the form still has the link to the WhatsApp group. Please pay attention to it when you look at it. Do you guys find it still useful to look up things on Wikipedia, or what is SO? Marilila, what is SO? I'm still very hesitant to using LLMs very much because of the hallucinations. I mean, I still use it a lot, but I'm very careful. Yeah, I mean, you can't totally replace search engines or any of those things with LLMs as it stands now, right? So there are instances where the best place to get it is somebody's personal experience, and just go there and go and look at it and pay attention to what an LLM is saying. All right, but they all have their use cases, and use the right tool for the right job. In this particular case, we are using the LLM as a teacher to give us like an outline of things to learn and explain some things to us. So it makes sense to use an LLM to do this than use a search engine to do that. Okay. All right. Say we can't see the old messages. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So I was hoping that you all joined before I drop it. But I'll copy and drop it again. I'm coming. Adedamola says, I completely forgot I was on this stream. But with interesting. Relax, don't kill yourself. Oh, SO, Stack Overflow. I didn't even think about it. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I still do sometimes. Like, if I'm struggling with something, I want to see if somebody has faced the same problem. Like right now, one key thing I'm struggling with yesterday, maybe you'd have seen, getting to the end of the stream. I was trying to run a build command on one project that I'm hosting on AWS, and it's not working. I've tried severally. Today, this morning, I tried. It was not working. When I build it locally, it works, but it doesn't work on the AWS Linux server. So the thing that I'm thinking about is I'd have to go and look at maybe Stack Overflow, or use a search engine to see if anyone else has faced a similar problem, and maybe figure out how they were able to solve it, to use that to solve it. So it has its place, very much so. Eloho Awusi say, join, please can you resend? Yeah, I will resend it soon. YouTube has a character limit, yeah, when you are inputting chat. That's true. Please, is there a difference between VI file name and Vim? Because the ALS checker passed same code, converted from VI to Vim. Was just lost myself in the coding. I think Vim is more like when you say file name, I don't. Oh, okay. So you mean when you open the file? Okay. So these are just tools for their code editors, right? So VI is a code editor, Vim is a code editor, but Vim is more like an advanced version of VI. So they are pretty much similar, like the commands that you use in there. But then personally, I find Vim easier to use than VI. So when I was doing ALSSC in the early days, I was using VI, but then I was struggling with some few commands. Probably I didn't take my time to learn them very well. And I guess I was actually learning everything using like Vim, but then I was using VI. I don't really remember the details. So ever since I switched to Vim, I find it very easy navigating, and that's what I work with. But they are essentially the same, if I can call it. Okay, it's loosely the same. So there isn't much of a difference. It's just one is an advanced form of the other, at least to the best of my knowledge. Mm. Eh, yeah. Uh, yeah, so that's also a good point. Like Stack Overflow, people are there to there are some people who are there, it's in every community, who are just there to cause trouble. The moment you post your question, they will bounce on you and make you feel useless. Fortunately, it's a fortunately, I personally have not posted anything on Stack Overflow, like ask a question. I only go there to read like other questions that people have and how they went about it. Anyway, most times when I struggle with something, I eventually figure it out. I think about writing an article about it and publishing, but I haven't really focused much about on Stack Overflow. But this is the stories that we hear when you post something. There was a story I read about a lady saying how she uses Stack Overflow to get answers. This is what she does. You say on Stack Overflow, if you post a question, a lot of people will not even want to even think about responding. Like they won't even mind you. They won't mind you. But if somebody posts a wrong answer, the way they will start descending on the person and they will now give you the right answers. So this lady said she figured out that this is what people did, because previously she used to post a question and for several hours or days nobody will respond. Then when she saw that that was how people over there act, she created a different account so that anytime she posts a question, as soon as she posts a question with her main account, she will now go with the different accounts that she created to give a very wrong answer that would trigger the conversation. The people will start insulting and now talk about the right thing. And since she started doing that, in less than an hour she is always getting like the right answers to her questions. So that is how she beats the system. But anyway, um so honestly, Stack Overflow more confused than when I went there. You should always look at more for the answer that has more votes, like up votes, or sometimes even the chosen answer, like the correct answer is sometimes a bit confusing. So like you should be picky about what you take from there and know what you are looking for. When it's not every detail that you need to read, right? Just be picky about it, I guess. Yeah, like sometimes, most times, I think the correct answer, the one that has been marked correct or the one that has the highest upvotes, is usually your go-to. If you read that one and you don't understand it, just scroll through and try and find out if there is something that you think you can understand. Otherwise, hey, just go somewhere else. Yep. Let me post the thing on. Uh, okay. I'm yet to save the contact. Maybe this evening I'll try my best to save the contact. So when I save the contact, Enoch and Marilila, as I said, I'll make you group admins so that you can manage some of these things. Okay. Um. Yeah, I agree. You get to learn from different perspectives, different people's opinions and the likes. Yeah, so that is good. Okay, I hope we are all doing well. I can't imagine it's already 12:20. Oh my, already 12:20, and it's Friday. Ideally, okay. Let me. Ooh, yeah. So I guess we'll have to go back to another focus session, and once we're done with that focus session, ooh, what is this? Once we are done with the next focus session, we can have a good discussion. Tracy, don't cry. It's the 7 p.m. there. Anyway, so you are almost done with your Friday. My I'm in the mid. Right now it's 12:21 here. So yeah, let's go for one round of focus session. Then we'll come back to have our final discussion of the week, and I'll give an announcement afterwards. I hope we are good to go. Focus session. Ready? All right. Ready. Let's go then. All the best. Please study hard. Study hard. We need to increase the gap between the boys and the men. Every single moment we go for focus session, that's the goal. Increase the gap between the boys and the men. Get more knowledge, get more skills. All right. All the best. Hi, 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 hi. Hello, hi, hello, hi. Where are you? So, Tracy, thanks so much for typing in the timer because I realized later when I was switching screens, I saw the message timer and it caught my attention. So I had to come and check and I realized I didn't start the timer for that time. Anyway, mm, how is it going? Where is everyone hiding? Where is everyone hiding? Yeah, break time. Um, so for the people in court 18 who are doing the printf projects, I just added a concept page on printf. So please do check it out. Those in court 18, uh, try to basically what I got from ChatGPT, but at least add some prompt to it to like get you basic knowledge that you require to be able to build the printer function. So please do all to check it out at least. Uh, I'm sure it will help. Hi Enoch. Hi Maulila. Yeah, so it's Friday. Let's have some discussions. Friday nights for you guys. What do you do on Friday nights? What do you guys do on Friday nights? Mm. Tun, tun, tun. Bad, yeah. Yeah, Tracy, I've used bad before, but I mean, I used to use it. Unfortunately, when I moved here, unfortunately, when I moved here, bad is not available in funny, but it's not available in Canada. Bad is not available in Canada, and I'm not tempted to spin up a VPN. So, because I don't, I mean, I haven't really found a need to pull up a VPN to do anything. So I'm no longer using it. But yeah, I've I've used it before, and maybe somewhere in the near future I'll be using it. But for now, I use ChatGPT. I even use the premium, the ChatGPT Plus. So, Marilila, why Friday evening? Obviously, I still look at, I still leave you people to go. So, what do you do after you have left? Oh my God! Fire alarm! Are you serious, guys? I have to run. Fire alarm! Guys, I have to run away. Catch you guys later. Fire! Oh my! How do I even end the stream?